Uh-oh. What's uh-oh? Hello. Welcome, everyone. Derail Valley. Fun times. All sorts of new stuff. Uh, get the game up. I know how to stream, I think. Can we stop highlighting something? Please, OBS? There. Hi there, Liv. How you doing? We be a new stream start. Fresh start. Hi there, Burn. Um, it is a new start, but all I did was I unchecked the start with tutorial option and I got the DE2 out and I got hooked up to a load heading out. That's all I did. I didn't even get the switching license because there wasn't any switching to do here. That was like long one and hazmat, I think. So let's get started. Probably should have loaded up before I started streaming, but you know, I'm smart like that. Last minute, I stuck the Derail Valley Simulator logo in the corner. Aren't I fancy? Don't need no fancy layout, huh? This is where just because I'm streaming, it gets to like the 89% or whatever and just gets stuck there 86. When you have mods that are broken, that's what happens. There we are. Okay. Independent on. That on. Okay, that is still cut it, right? Yeah. So I noticed one little thing right off the bat I'm going to talk about. I was playing this a bit before on a different save. The old stream save. I'm kind of playing that one on my own now. And this break cutout lever, when you go to sleep, that magically turns off, along with the other things that it magically does, like set the handbrake and set the train brake, turn off the engine. It cuts that off just to give you the chance of getting back after you sleep and not turning that back on and, you know, not finding out until it's a little late. Anywho, that's the skin that it was, Bay. I don't know why every time when you load up it goes back to default. I mean, you know, brand new update. The fact that Skin Manager works at all is amazing. Skin Manager, Number Manager, what's Cargo Swap is what does all the skins on the cargo. All that stuff just works. It needs a little bit of tinkering, but it works. Okay, reskin. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I think, every time, it's just the locos. The cars, the skins stay, but the locos go back to default. Has to do with the new liveries and stuff. But anyway, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to just randomly scroll up and down with my eyes closed a bit and just pick a random skin. And then you guys can't complain about it because it's random. There we go, Milwaukee Road. It was Bay when I started it before. And let's see, I can switch remotely. I'm on my typical Red Bear difficulty. Same, actually I should have gone into the settings because there's a lot of new stuff, so there might be new stuff in the difficulty settings, but I didn't change it. It's just realistic, but with dashing turned off completely. Like you can mash the F key, or in my case the B key, as much as you want. You're not going to dash anywhere. So I can switch remotely, but I probably won't too much, although I will in the beginning because I don't have the dispatcher license yet. So actually, yeah, I'm lying. I gotta put it on switch. I mean, I think that's okay. We don't need to be as hardcore as not being able to throw switches remotely. And did I start this job? I did. Look at that. First job. 5 cars of heavy stuff with one little D2. Going to the harbor, E9. So yeah, that's all I did. I started it to make sure the game was working and everything, and I got the DE2 out and hooked up to this. But I do want to show you one little thing first. Might talk about some of the new stuff. I don't know. Most of the new stuff, you're probably not even going to see the first few streams at least, because all I'm going to be doing is putzing around into the DE2 probably. But here's one new thing. They added a water pipe here on the main line, so you don't have to switch around and bring the steam engine into the siding. And that water pipe is still there, so that's, convenience. But the thing I want to show you, I don't know how much I want to explain what the story is with it, but I'll show it to you. So, of course, when you first start a fresh save, you always start up right here in Steel Mill. I guess you start at the station office, specifically. Yeah. That switch is strong. Yeah, that's good. And let me just show you a little quick something. It's probably faster to walk there, but I already started the handicart before I realized that. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Just, over here in the steel mill yard, yada yada. That's the way to the turntable and the shop and whatnot. What's that? I was literally, I spawned in there, and I'm walking down to get the D2. I look over here, I'm like, what's... Here's the 060. This is the museum piece 060. Now, what this is, there's one of each type of locomotive of these. It's the prototype, supposedly. And they've all been abandoned somewhere. And there's a whole new thing where you can re-rail it and drag it to the museum. Yeah, there's a museum. And fix it up. Then there's all sorts of parts that are going to be bad, so then you have to go find parts different places, and I'm not going to explain all that yet because that's going to be much further down the line. But yeah, the discrete plates still work too. Cool. So that's what this is, and they're hidden all over. And on a new save that's procedurally generated, where each locomotive will be hidden, and it's always going to be some kind of station or town center. I think no more than 50 meters from the track, so 150 feet for us to use regular measurements. And yeah, this one is just freaking right here. Just walking around. I look over, I'm like, what's that? Oh, hello, S060. So it's going to sit here for a while. They never despawn or anything. Eventually when I get different licenses and stuff, I'll at least drag it down to the museum. But yeah, a lot has changed in this game. I mean, the core gameplay is pretty much the same, but it's just they added a lot. Added is a better word than changed. The map has changed a lot. You can see, let's see, where do I start? Oil Well Central. Over here, you have this that goes up to the logging camp, Forest Central. I can never think of what FRC stands for, so I always just call it logging camp. But but it was always a dead end. It was here, but it was a dead end from here. Now there's a Y, long Y, that goes down to the other end of Oil Well Central, and I glanced at it. It's a pretty steep hill going up there. And then Forest Central here isn't a dead end anymore because it has a little section that goes over here and connects to this line that was always a shortcut line between Food Factory and City Southwest, which is now just called City West. And they also added OR here. That's an oil refinery. CP, south of Machine Factory. This is a coal plant. This is another place to take coal besides the steel mill. So they added a lot. Let's see. This Forest South. Oh, there's a new line here from the main line that cuts under this line that goes to Forest South. It cuts under and then over to City West. I'm going to keep calling this City Southwest forever. I'm so too used to it. But that's new. Forest South. Oh, Coal Mine South, CMS. So there's more than one coal mine. How cool is that? And more than one place to take coal to. And then down here, let's see, this is still a little stub for the caboose. What? Oh, the 060 sitting right there, steel mill. Yeah, I was gonna make another new save right before the stream, and it's to go through the tutorial, and I'm like, I can't give up this save. It's got the freaking 060 is just sitting there in the steel mill. This is City South down here. That's new, and that is where the museum is. Because, yeah, heritage locomotives and stuff is a thing. We'll check that out someday. It's pretty neat. Harbor, that's the stub for this slug. This was the only way to get from harbor up towards, Iron Mine and military base. That was the Run Hill Harbor to military base. It crosses over to Goods Factory. Yeah, that's still there, but there's a new line that goes this way over and up straight to Coal Mine, which is really nice. So now that's a whole different route you can run. And there's a little, it's kind of hard to tell because the lines are close together, but from Goods Factory, you know how it has that dead end yard that dead ends right under the main line, under this main line, under the bridge. Well, now that continues. It's not a dead end anymore, and it goes up this little squiggle, very steep squiggle climb, and it connects up to this big line that goes from harbor to military. It's not a Y though, so like if you're going from goods and you want to come here, you can't go up that way, but I don't think you ever would anyway. Let's see, Iron Mine, military base, oil north, food factory, we talked about that. I think that's most of the map stuff. The big map stuff anyway. There might be smaller stuff I'm not thinking of, but yeah, they they did a lot. They did a lot of cooking with this update. That's why it took a while. They didn't really let on or hint much about it. I don't think many people knew what was coming this time around. It wasn't like the simulator update where everybody knew the game was like being reworked from the game ground up almost, and that's why it was taking so long. This time it took a while, and we're finding out why, but we didn't really know that it was going to be that big. Alright. To work we go. Alright, I don't have a lantern yet. I don't have a lot of the items, yeah, because I just started. Handbrake off. There's no handbrake on the train, right? I don't think so. I would have noticed. Well, let's start a little bit and then we'll listen for it. Let me know if the volumes of anything is too loud or soft as usual. Split audio again. I think it's working pretty good. The music's almost a tad loud for me, but it's on 1, so I can't turn it down anymore. I might actually turn the game up a little bit, at least for me. I've been playing it without any other audio going on, so... Yeah, and I can't turn the music down, right? Nope. So, where's the slider for Derail Valley? Oh yeah, the Derail Valley slider is pretty low. It's set at like 15. 19. Let's try that. Let me know if the game's too loud now. Because if it is, I can turn it down just for you. Because I have individual volume sliders. And we're gonna be a rebel and leave town from this track. Well, I think what I'll do, since we're going pretty slow anyway. We're going to Harbor, by the way. Oh man, every single freaking switch is going to be wrong. Unless they changed it. I know when you first start the game, and you make this first run from Steel Mill to Harbor, every single switch is thrown the wrong way. But that one's not, so maybe it'll be different. Okay, that's... I should be getting a better run of it, but I want to throw this switch after we passed it, because I don't want to be coming back up here from Harbor, or wherever, and this switch is wrong. Oh, there's David playing Derail Valley. It's the game to play right now with this update. Good. Now I could have kept playing my same save file. Nothing wrong with it. But I kind of wanted a fresh start so that as I'm playing the game and making money and getting my licenses, I can also start buying different little locomotive modifications and stuff. Not gadgets. There's brackets and gadgets and all sorts of wackiness, extra lighting and all sorts of cool stuff that they added. A little bit of Need for Speed Underground racing type stuff going on. Like you can add like underglow and stuff. Well, you can make it underglow. You can add light bars with different colors. You'll see eventually. And if you put it in the right spot, it's underglow. It's definitely turning into Pimp My Train a little bit. Come on, I know, it's 5 cars. It's 5 cars, Connie. I put it in notch 8. There you go. I'm surprised I'm not overheating more than I am. So I've got her... Well, guess not all the way open. I don't abuse my logos. 60 first station, yeah. Yeah, it was just sitting there. That's one of the things they fixed with this update too, is the water level slosh. They changed it so it doesn't slosh nearly as much. There's still slosh, but it's not like it was before where you can go from full to empty on the water site and blow up. So it's going to be a lot harder to blow up the steam engines, which is good. It shouldn't be easy to do that. But the 060 especially was very easy to run out of water in it. Ah, we're going to overheat it. So unrealistic, so you can't see my dot. So that was the first turn out of Steel Mill. Okay, and it's usually left, left, but now it's going to be left, 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 because there's another Y there. Oh, we in GTA now. Yeah. We're going to be creeping up this hill. We'll make it, but barely, I think. It would be worse if I was trying to come from the farm. I haven't had to try to run around in a single DE2 in a while. Two different stream starts now. I've had good luck. The first time around, and I still have that save, I started off with the DM3 right there at Steel Mill, and enough switching jobs that I was able to make the 30 grand right there. and buy the DM3 license, and then I barely had to touch the DE2 after that. Felt like 4 streams in a row. I just puttered around with the DM3, and this time, right there, Steel Mill is the freaking 060. Oh, and by the way, the museum loco is part of the reasons why Liv is going on about it. The museum locos, once you fix it up and everything, it's like an owned loco. It never despawns. Which is very new. Let's try another notch. Once we get past the switches, this hill gets a little bit better. Why am I not sitting? We'll put the fan on, that'll cool it off. It's that, man. It's a troll switch. Before Simulator, there was a fan, but it just said fan, that switch there. And when you flipped the switch, it turned the light on, but it didn't do anything else. It didn't turn this fan on. A lot of people thought that it cooled the locomotive, but it didn't. Yep, there's the first bad switch. People would ask in the Discord, what's the fan switch do? There was one on the DE6 doing this. They said, it turns the light on next to the switch, and that was exactly what it did. Now at least there's a little fan there. Let's see, what's the grade? 0.9, that's probably not as bad as it was. Yeah, we're picking up a little bit of speed now, finally. See if she could take another notch. So this Y was here. Yeah. But now coming up, there's a new Y that we're already set left for. Good. Yeah, look at that. That's interesting. And if we went right at that Y, we would be going towards City Southwest, but without going through Oil Well Central and Farm. But I still think Farm and Oil Well Central would be faster. Probably. Because you don't have to make this climb, yeah. Oh, that's still climbing that way, too. That's not what that's really there for. That's just there for another, yeah. It's a bypass line, basically. Yeah, there's another bad switch. Yeah, like I said, every single switch is backwards when you first go from Steel Mill down the harbor. Backwards, but thrown the way you don't want it. Okay, I think I've heard enough of GTA. Is that the skip button? Yes. Doing 50, but it's gonna be one more switch. Getting dark. My headlights on? My headlights are not on. Job, nobody told me this. I mean, I should have realized that the headlights were on, but in my defense, it's just getting dark. I still had them backwards. Good job, me. I guess I passed all the switches, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because they're like right in a row. Did I didn't miss a switch and go down towards coal mine, right? I guess we'll find out, but I don't think so. Oh, this looks right. So before the last couple days, I haven't really been playing much of Derail Valley, much more than getting into sandbox and checking skins that I was working on. Pretty much, still have more that I'm working on. I'm done with Bay Hakos Bells. She's up on. I upload that to Nexus like 2 days before the big update. Gura is pretty much done. Gura Diesels. I don't want to upload it, but it's pretty much done. And then what I'm working on still, or in the works, I should say. Oh yeah, I can open her up now. I've got plenty of speed. In the works is bicentennial diesels, so red, white, and blue stars and stripes and all that for the different diesels. So far, I have just the DE6 and the Slug. I think pretty soon, somewhere between 65 and 70, it doesn't matter how much you got this thing opened up. That's about as fast as it's gonna go. So pretty soon, we're just gonna drop the throttle. It's just a waste. Still doing something. We're not coasting at 65 yet. That's good enough. I just want to stay over 60, really. The new here. We are doing just a shade under 60, so it's fine. And this switch right before the tunnel is going to be wrong. It caught Heist up the other night on his stream. He had to throw it an emergency and then back up. Yep. Every switch on the way down. They're like, okay, we're going to start you off a steel mill where you can get some pretty good jobs right off the bat, but when you go to the obvious first place from steel mill to harbor, every switch wrong. You're gonna know how to throw switches by the time you get down to harbor, or you're not gonna be going the right way, one or the other. And I'm not giving her more throttle because right after this tunnel it's going down to 40 anyway. Let's see. More. Yep. After the switch, 40. Should do the trick. That's good. Now we're going downhill, pretty much all the way down to the harbor. So it's just playing with the brakes. Try to find the secret spot where I can leave one notch of brake and leave it there. So used to the steamers, I'm not too used to the self-lapping. Even though self-lapping is way easier. I wonder if they changed some of these speed signs. That 60 one looked a little bit different. Nice and tall, easy to see. Gonna try to make myself use this mouse mode a little bit more often for different things, so that I'm not looking down at over there to blow the horn, that kind of thing. It's a 60 here, so I'm letting the speed creep up a bit. Now 50, of course. But we're only doing 40, so it's fine. One mod that got updated, I think it was one of the first that got updated right after Sim, not Sim, after build 99 here. We're still okay. It's the one that shows you when the time bonus ends. Instead of minutes, it says like 2:09 July 22nd, and then at the different stations you can see what the date is. It's really good for when you have the watch. I don't have the watch yet. I'll probably buy it pretty soon. Well, that's in the harbor, so I might buy it. 40. We're doing 50. That way you can kind of figure out how to do the alarm right on the watch and stuff. Kinda. Still a little wacky to understand. The whole thing with the watch being in-game time, but the time limits for the jobs being real-life time is a little weird. I kind of miss still the way the watch worked before Sim with the mod for it. But whatever, it's not that big a deal. They give you so much more time now for jobs. I guess depending on your difficulty setting. Realistic makes things harder, but it also gives you more time to finish a job because they're trying to allot for the fact that you have to do things slower. Okay, I know there's going to be a 40 coming up. So, noob killer curve. And the switch is thankfully good. We're done. Oh, Jesus. Okay, we're okay. Yeah, 5 cars. We're alive. It's fine. Got 30 actually. Yeah, harbor at night. Very pretty. And it's still pretty steep downhill, so she's creeping right back up. Let's preemptively brake this time instead of panic brake. Not enough? Still not enough. Almost there. We're going where? E9. Okay, let's let the air charge back up. Remembered at the last second. That was way too late, but whatever. Okay, we're down to 30. We're finally off the hill. Should be smooth sailing. And before the switch for the stupid turntable is thrown, and we roll into there at 30. Oh, we're good. That would be kind of trollish. But they left that one turned. Get a little peek of what's in there if we can see. D2. Oh god. Burn. No, this song's okay. I'm gonna skip it anyway. This song's not terrible. DE2. Big steam engine. And 2 DH4s, okay. And there's always a DE2 over by the station, so that's that. I mean, we can't drive anything else anyway. Do save. I know. Now imagine if one of the wretched museum locos was like just outside the roundhouse right here. That would be funny. It's like, oh, okay. I don't even know if it could spawn there, but that would be hilarious if it did. I'm guessing if one spawns in the harbor, it'll be pretty well hidden. I would think, like behind a building or... Yeah, there's a lot of big buildings with big closed doors. It'd be neat if some of them had like an open door, and then you could go in and find a locomotive, and then it would be like a garage find. So we're going to E, yeah. Too busy looking around and stuff. Straight, we need to go, let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. By the signs, that's better than me trying to count. I don't know why, but I've been really big into Final Fantasy VIII lately. Not playing it myself, but watching people play it, like blind playthroughs. Found a few different streamers that have done it. I always go back to Carcala, though. She's the best at it. God damn, why is that tanker... Easy Text. But Easy Text works on, like, the caboose and stuff. I checked it out in Sandbox, and my other save where I have the caboose. It's that tanker specifically, and that was happening before this update too, I think. I think I'm well on track by now, yeah. Just derp-de-doo, puttering on through. Since I'm sure we have plenty of time. Let's see. Yeah, 2:09, that would be afternoon, so yeah, we got plenty of time since it's nighttime now. And I gotta set a handbrake. But I'm not gonna be mean and set that end. Gotta set the other. I'm a nice yard master. Because you know we're gonna be switching. We need money for a new save. There's a lot of switching to do here in Harbor. It's probably gonna be the whole stream. Big chunk of it, anyway. It's so bright here. Oh, I must be under a street light. Loco number 78, by the way. stream might be a little on the boring side. For anybody that's not big into trans, anyway. But yeah, we need the money, and switching is good for money. I don't have a lantern yet. Well, as soon as we get back to the station, I'm gonna sleep through the rest of the night. Then we're gonna run over to the shop and buy. We're not gonna go wacky, but buy a few things, basic things: lighter, lanterns. What else? Maybe the watch? I don't know. No, not the watch. We don't have that kind of money. We have the starting money of $2,000. The watch, I think, is like $5 grand. Maybe after all the switching. The only, like, special item that you buy here besides the watch is, well, there's all the new stuff, but I mean, what I remember are special items. So you get the watch, and you can buy the license for the key. I guess it's not a license; it's a key that opens up the slug. But it is useful with the DE2, the slug. It gives you a lot more power and a lot more traction motors, really, and grunt. But and it is nice to be able to just yank on the throttle wide open, and you're not spinning the wheels and stuff because you're sending all of that power out to all those extra traction motors in the slug. But still, it's pretty niche. That, and it's kind of, it's a road slug, which is a little bit weird. Usually slugs are closer for like switching, I would think, but it's definitely a road slug because it's got the fans on the roof for the dynamic braking, just like the DE6. It's obviously a chopped down DE6. You know, it's just the traction motors from the DE6 inside a concrete block, basically. But they did make a change with the slug where when they first came out with the slug, you could only power it with one diesel electric locomotive. Whichever locomotive you hooked up to it first, that was it. Oh, and also you need the MU license for the slug, which probably has other prerequisites, so yeah, we're definitely not getting that. But now they made it so that you can power it with an engine on either end, so you can get even more out of it, basically. Yeah, ads coming in. Pretty sure. Did I not throw the switch? When did I not throw the switch? Did I not? Could have sworn I got out of the engine just to throw the switch just now. Whatever. I distracted myself with something else. I know in my brain I got out of the engine and threw the switch. But I have a feeling what all I actually did was open the door and flip the lights over. And then close the door. That's... Don't get old, kids. actually go out and throw the switch. Guessing everything with the stream and this is looking and sounding okay. It looks pretty good. I had to check and double check my volume sliders because this morning, well, let me backtrack a little bit more. Last night, last night early this morning, we got our first kind of storm of the season, this little snowstorm, and it was good because we really needed some kind of precipitation because we've been in a drought for like 2 months. Not as bad as like when they get droughts out west and stuff, but for my area it was pretty bad. Well, specifically my local area, we have a good reservoir system, so it wasn't super dire yet, but it was getting scary. So when the storm first started showing up on the radar, we were like, oh boy. Okay, they gave me 72 minutes instead of 49, so we got 25,000. That's pretty damn good for the first job. Look at that, 27k already. But anyway, so we're like, oh, we're getting rain. Oh, thank God, we're getting rain, right? And then as it started getting closer, like, oh, it might be cold enough that it might be a little bit of snow. It's like, oh. And it was clearly going to be just rain with some snowflakes mixed in, maybe a little bit of a coating on the grass, but not on the pavement because the pavement's going to be too warm, that kind of thing. Oh, yeah, the licenses. Welcome back from the ad break. I didn't really say anything of importance. But anyway, so we're gonna get some rain, maybe some snow. So a couple of days ago, I just let's unload. I just got the mowers put away for the season because up until a couple of days ago, it's been so unseasonably warm and wacky. I didn't know if I was going to need the mowers. And until a couple of days ago, I thought maybe it was going to, after the rain, maybe the grass would even grow. I mean, grass usually never grows this late. I mean, we're into, November. Grass doesn't grow in November, but you never know. It's been wacky and warm, and then we've been in such a drought. Maybe if it rains, it might shoot up a little bit, But no, once I realized that it might snow, okay, mowers completely get stowed away, snowblowers out, ready to go, and we still ended up just with rain, but all day today it's been snowing on and off, starting at like, I don't know, 3 or 4 in the morning, but it's still like above freezing. Like, I think the coldest it was 33. It was staying at like 34, 35. So it's like 2 or 3 degrees above freezing, but snowing. Because it's up high in the atmosphere, it must be cold enough for it. So on like the grass and anything, and on the cars, anything not paved surfaces, surfaces that's cold enough that the snow is able to stick easier, we got like 1.5 inches, maybe. But anywhere that's important, like pavement, driveways, roads, sidewalks, maybe 1/2 inch of slush. And for that, 1/2 inch of slush, not cold enough for ice to happen anywhere, by the way, just 1/2 inch of slush. And for that, they closed the schools in my area. I was like, you gotta be kidding. They closed the schools. I remember going to school when there was enough snow for plows to go by. Don't get a cold, old or cold. But anyway, it made a little bit more sense later on when I found out that a lot of towns near me got like 6 to 8 inches. Like even a couple of towns little further south from me. So I don't know what happened with the snow bands, if the storm broke up over us or what. Although it didn't do that because it was snowing. It was just not sticking to anything. It was just like the ground was like just maybe 1 degree warmer or something. Unload. Who was he talking? Unload. I'm not going to junk any jobs yet because I don't know what licenses I might end up buying. Although I don't think I'll have long two. But load. Oh, fragile and long one. Okay. Let's clear off this other desk. So, yeah, a lot of places very close to me got measurable snow that I would have easily been able to use my snowblowers for. One of them. But for me, no. Just nothing. It kind of made me sad. I shoveled like midday or so. I'll get to that in a second. But I was basically shoveling water, slush. You know, shovel it before it gets a chance to melt kind of deal. Although it is getting down to at least the freezing mark tonight, so there might be a little bit of freezing, but I don't think so. I don't think the ground's gonna really freeze. Like I don't think like all the water that's sitting around on the driveway and stuff like that is it's gonna freeze into ice and be a problem. I don't think it's getting cold enough for that. Okay, so jobs, loading job, long one, fragile. Jobs that I want to do, but I don't quite have the licenses for yet. Well, technically I don't even have switching yet, but I think I'm going to change that in a second. Unload, I will be able to do. And then jobs that I most likely, oh yeah, long two, 918 tons. That's, I won't quite throw it in the bin, but that's most likely not going to happen. Unload, oh, that will probably. Long one, 369 tons. Unload, yeah, that I probably will do. If I get long one anyway. Unload, long one. That's another one that goes in this pile. Okay, whatever. I wish I could get rid of this damn chair. Load. Ooh, wood scrap. Oh, that's new. I think it's rotten ties. To go to sawmill. Ooh, long one. 368 tons. It's gotta be kind of rough with 1D2, I think. Sawmill. No, because that's a haul out of here up the hill here. You would go up the hill here this way and down. Oh, you'd have to go up towards City Southwest and then down. Because if you try to come into Sawmill from this end, that is a very steep uphill. But through 1D2, that's really pushing it. Anywho. Oh, there's more wood scrap for Sawmill now. That one is less. That one I can probably do. What did I do with the first wood scrap saw? Oh, I put it over here because it's a long one. Okay. Load and prepare long one. That I could probably do. Load, and then these are unload. Always do loading first, kids. Load long one. See, so many jobs in harbor. Logistical haul. I guess booklet organizer is still working, by the way. Oil refinery, that's new. AG tooling. 480 tons. Long one. Yeah, not without MU. Most likely. There's no DM3 here. We already saw that. Empties. That's logistical haul. Oh, that's way too many licenses. Long one, fragile one, 468 tons. See, the problem is we're in harbor. So, yeah, that's a climb. I think I'm going to put that in this file. Diesel. Oh, that's hazmat one. quite throwing stuff straight in the bin yet, but I'm pretty sure that stuff on the floor, there's no way I'm going to be long 2. 576 tons. Nope. Oh, look at that. Let's, containers going to iron mine. Neat. Yeah, they did change a lot of places the cargo goes and stuff. I hope whenever we go to sawmill, I hope they have the output from sawmill, the lumber, go somewhere else besides freaking goods factory. You have driven the rail bus. Nice. It's manual gears like the DM3, right? I think. I saw Jersey drive it a bit when he was streaming. That is useful sand car. Actually less. Nice. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, Iron Mine East. That is doable. That's definitely on the list. That is hazmat. City West. Man, it looks so weird seeing City West instead of City Southwest. That is doable with the Fragile license. I'll probably get that pretty early on, actually, because I think I had a shunting job with Fragile. Did I? Yeah. And long one. We'll see. That definitely is not going to happen. Ammonium nitrate. Oh, that's what goes to farm, not acetylene. Something new. Ammonium nitrate. Oh, does that go? That must go boom, right? But you gotta mix that to something else to make it go boom, though. Oh. That's logistical hole. Okay. That's definitely not gonna happen. Well, that ammonium nitrate's not gonna happen. Hazmat too. Okay. Now we're getting an idea of what we can do. Definitely gonna get shunting. Even if I don't get anything else, we're gonna get shunting. Oh, for a second I didn't see the shunting license. So it's like, what? Yeah, just these jobs alone make that worth it. Shunting, I think, is only 1,000. But first we have fees, 4,000. We can't manually service, but our copay is only $100. So classic. Oh, that's interesting, the way he stabs with the wallet now. Okay, licenses. Shunting. I'm going to print it first to make sure, but pretty sure that doesn't change the copay or anything. Nope. Okay. $1,000. We have 26,000 still. Oh, best part of the update so far, and nobody even said it or mentioned it or, noticed it. They have added commas to the numbers. Look at that. 26,000, comma 053. So much easier to see how much money you have. And they could have angered me by doing the European or system of using dots instead of commas, which is annoying because dots mean cents, commas mean dollars. But anyway, that's nice. Shunting. I'll organize the tool shed someday, TM. I'm going to be using that tool shed a lot until I get the caboose. What else do we want? We still have 26 grand. Let's see. Fragile. What does this require? It doesn't require anything. Bumps your copay up from 100 to 2,000. Yeah, I kind of want to figure out what all I can get without bumping up my copay. That's kind of a fine line. Dispatcher, I'll look at it, but I'm sure that's going to be the same deal. Oh, it doesn't change your copay. No prerequisite. I'll probably buy that then. 10 grand. I won't buy it just for switching though. That seems a little silly. Although you can use this harbor, and then you can throw these switches by clicking on them, so it's really not silly. I'm so not used to being able to do that though. Changes the time bonus deadline, but they give you so much time. Let's leave that there. We're gonna heavily think about that because it doesn't mess with the copay. Train length, I'm sure we'll do the copay. Of course, you gotta do things that do the copay eventually, but concurrent 60. There's no 060 here, so I don't have any reason. And that's 20,000. I thought so. 060 and DM3, I'm sure. Don't mess with your copay. So they're good to get. MU is 30k. I think MU requires something else. Museum 15k. I don't think there's any reason buying a museum that quick. Logistical hall. There's a bunch of logistical halls. Annual service. Yeah, then we're gonna go up and up and up after that. Now, logistical halls is one of the first ones that you get instead of long one, right? Oh, that still doesn't mess with the copay. It just, oh, no, prerequisite is concurrent one, right? It's concurrent one and long one are the ones that change the copay, and then it makes it so that rerailing isn't free and yada yada. I'm not sure if we'll do that yet. So not for now. I got switching. Do 1, 2, 3. Do I want to do get long one right off the bat? Then we can do 3 more jobs right here. Yeah, the copay is going to change eventually anyway. Oh, fragile. Oh, no, I need long one. Dispatcher. It's fragile one. Keep the fragile one. Whatever. Fragile is 10. Long one is also 10. That would be 20. So that would be it. This, yeah, this removes re-rail discount and bumps up the copay. Is there any reason to get fragile then? I'm not going to get long one yet. No, because it raises your copay too. Okay. We'll go with what we got so far. So, oh, not this table. Wrong table. Loading. Load. Oh, that's the only loading, and the other 2 are unloading. Okay. It's only 3 total. Yeah. Good. It is dark. Paperwork takes a while sometimes at 1:30 in the morning. And unlike Heist, I remember that I can sleep. I just love it when people play this game and they complain about the dark and they're like 2 steps away from the bed, and I'm like, go to sleep if you don't want it to be dark. There's a system for this. It's kind of like Minecraft to make the monsters go away. D2 has made you rage quit? Yeah. Couldn't make 30 in the harbor from DER to, yeah, D2. Oh, I missed that one. Like, can't even shunt really the rail bus. Yeah, well, I mean, it's a rail bus. Okay, so load and repair. Those are gondolas, 2 pickups. You didn't go straight. Oh, yeah, you wouldn't be able to get through the grind, huh? Yeah, I don't know. I'm weird. I don't mind the grind too much. Well, what you would that that bus is pulling a wreck back. No, the bus I think is just for like parts. Just the DHG, yeah. You would do well probably with wasn't there a mod, I never tried it, that switched you over to starting with steam instead of diesel, so you start up with the 060. The Handbreaker. You gotta baby the DE2 giant attention button. Well, maybe you can wire up the alerter that way. I think there's a big alerter button. Why would anybody add an alerter? I say before I do it because I want to add realism. I could get on the handcart and go look for these cars, or I could just look for them with the. I'll get on the handcart. There is an alerter, right? Yeah. It's nice for the realism, but the thing with this game is there's so many things you have to do in this game. You are not gonna fall asleep playing this game. The map is condensed enough that you're either looking for a speed limit sign, changing the throttle, changing the brakes. You're the whole thing with the alerter is like if you're doing nothing for a while and you're gonna fall asleep, you have to move something or hit the alerter button to acknowledge that you're not dead. You know, that kind of thing. I think with Derail Valley, there's so much that you're doing. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Good time to stop. Oh, okay. Let's see. Cell 69, baby. No, 05. I bet it's those 2 cars way back there. How many pickups? 2. Oh, wow. A lot of gondolas. Oh, SL 61. Oh, that's gonna be. Oh wait, I'm doing 61 too. No, that's SU 61. Don't use the same number. Okay, so no 05s here. Already at this end of the yard, pretty much. These are loaded with something, right? Yeah, there's the wood scrap. It's rotten ties. Cool. What about this one? Oh, 05. Okay, there's one of our cars. So that means we're looking for a set of 3 somewhere else because there's only 2 pickups. So one's down at that end, behind all the Grand Union cars. You need the alerter for diesels. Well, the big diesel, the DE6, yeah, that's kind of set it and forget it. Well, even the DH4 too. 5. No, but this whole thing was 61. Looking for 3 more 05s. Okay, so We need that one car down there that I'm going to grab with probably the wrong end. Just so I don't have to dig it out. So the rest of it's either... Oh! Hey, Liv. Can we say streamer luck? This might change my order of operations a little bit. Oh, look at that beauty. We got the Museum DM3 here in the harbor. I was hoping they would park something under one of these freaking covers, and they did. Nice. Eventually. Of course, restoring a locomotive costs a lot of money. And then you got to play with the rail bus and get the parts and all that stuff, but, you know, eventually. Oh, you found the D6? Wow. I Oh, no. Oh, let me guess. It, like, did the autosave at the worst moment and the game, like, hitched up and stuck for a second instead of letting you throw the switch? That has happened to me before. I hate the damn autosaves. 5, no, that's an LH. No. This didn't flip, huh? Oh, there's the trailers. Semi-trailers. Throw it with the comms right, yeah. Is this all the same thing? I think this is all the same thing. This one huge logistical hall. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Oh, we got more gondolas over here, though. 1. No, it's gonna be a set of 3 together. Yeah, pretty sure. Yeah, because we got 1 car in G, and it's only 2 pickups, so it's gonna be a set of 3 together. 59. Nice. 1, 2. Oh, that's not it either. Must be C. Okay. Well, I'm not even gonna go over to C. I know that's gotta be it. Process of elimination if it's not anywhere else here. Keep the switches from this way, I suppose. Wouldn't highlight. Oh, damn. That sucks. I've had the thing a few times with the comms radio trying to throw switches in front of me, and I throw the switch that I'm running over instead, and you know, instantly do the multi-track drifting, and if you're going too fast for multi-track, Alt F4, yeah. I did that in City Southwest with the DE2, and I was going fast enough when I flipped the switch right under me. The D2 just went sideways and flipped right over on its roof. I was like, oh, god damn it. City Southwest is bad for switches being too close to each other. think I did that once. I don't know why I did it, but I remember where it happened. I had 2 DE2s hooked up on one of the rare cases when I was running a big train. Here in Harbor, I was either getting them out of the shop or about to bring them in the shop. It was the shop switch. And I threw the shop switch right between the 2 DE2s. And they did this weird bounce back and forth. They didn't derail, but they did this weird like bounce back and forth rubber banding stuff, like the physics just didn't know what to do type deal. And then I looked at the damage, and one of the DE6s was like completely totaled, like almost 100% totaled. From that one little flip, boing, boing, boing. Didn't even crash, the windows never broke or anything, but it just like completely destroyed something, and it was like, oh my god. I don't think the whole thing was 100%, but it was bad. That was a while ago. I think that was before simulator even. That was mean though. I could have left this D2 turned off while I went looking for my cars and, you know, not burned up diesel, but whatever. It doesn't really cost you too much to leave these things idling. Why are you blinking? Oh. Oh, looky what we didn't turn on. Because we went to sleep and some, Derail Valley gremlin came around and turned off all our cutoffs. Didn't need to use the train brake yet, but glad I saw that red light blinking. What's that light blinking? I doubt it's really the way it goes down, but I'd love to think the devs were thinking, oh, everybody wants a brake cutoff, huh? And I'll show them what happens when the brakes are cut off. Here's your lever, it's always off to start. They'll probably change that soon. I don't know. I kind of like it because it's just another thing to check and look for and make sure it's thrown the right way. I mean, that's, at the end of the day, you're adding gameplay, right? I don't have the lantern. Oh, I was supposed to go to the shop and get the lantern and stuff. I gotta do that very soon. Before it gets dark. Alright, I spent so much time with my paperwork, I had to sleep and then I forgot. Okay. Well, we can do that. Some stop on the way. Anything. Wait, did I get the handbrake? Yes, I did. Good trainman. A good brakeman. Oh, right, I had a car. It's okay. I was thinking I was still light. I had a car. But I still made it past the switch. So, I'm in G yard right now, right? Yeah. So the shop is that away. Is there no... Oh, I thought there was a walkway with stairs. I can still do it. I just need some... I'm not doing trick my train yet. I'm just doing little stuff. Can I jump a fence? Yes. Okay, good. That's what I was looking for. It's gonna be a while before passenger jobs gets updated for this, I think. It's gonna take a lot of work because passenger jobs added those stops along the map. Those little regional stops. I thought that was a grill. It's a garbage can. Okay. So let's just get the basics here. Well, I'm gonna look at... I'm not gonna get the oil can yet because, you know, we're not gonna be running steam for a bit. Here's all the little doodads and the mounting plates, the duct tape, and sticky tape and hooks. Not gonna get any of that stuff yet. But yeah, that gives you a little taste of all the wackiness. The pocket watch is... Oh, it's only 3,000. How much do I have? I might get the pocket watch right away. Why not? Then I don't have to get it later. Get the pocket watch. Don't need a shovel yet. They don't have basic lanterns here. The regular lantern? No. I wasn't expecting the... Oh, they have EOT. Wait, that used to be only Machine Factory. Oh, but they don't have the normal one. That's interesting. Alright, well, red's better than nothing. Let's see, so we're getting... Oh, there's the lanterns. I'm blind as a bat. I think every shop will have lanterns. 3, huh? Let's see. 1 that I carry around all the time. 1 in the caboose that I don't have yet. 1 in the locomotive. I'll get 2. Okay. Okay, so you can get the red ones here. They're cheaper. I'm gonna get 3 of these because I do a lot of switching. And hanger. Two of those. So it begins. How much am I up to? 6,000. Yeah. Pocket watch. Nope, nope, that's not the right thing. Oh, damn it. Oh. No? You're not on one of these? There you are. Pocket watch, 9,000. I think that's it. Oh, flashlight's another... No, we're not getting a flashlight yet. Okay. Maybe after I'm done with all the switching. Oh, yeah, I guess you need the wallet. Just pile everything on. Yeah, that goes there. Did we get one extra slot here? Hold on. Just get everything for now. Everything. That goes there. We got one extra slot. Heck. Or my key bindings are warped. Wait, that's... No. Hold on. I'm confused. There's period. Sorry, I'm confusing myself here. No, I don't think we got an extra slot. That's where my flashlight usually goes. That's the... Okay, never mind. We didn't get an extra slot. I was confused. Okay, that goes there. Lock that in. 4, 5. I don't think I ever used the compass. That's your spot. This will put where the shovel goes eventually. 6 is... Oh, I need a lighter. Sorry, I'm very particular about what goes where. Whenever I watch Heist with his frantic scrolling to find the item that he's looking for on his hotbar because he doesn't organize anything, it makes me scream. Numbers, Heist. The slots are numbered. Of course, that's because I played WoW for so long. So used to using the numbers, I would never do it any other way. Okay, I think I'm good. So, actually, not quite yet. No. No? But you could do it that way. It says light fire. There you go. That's flashlight. Guess this can go there for now. I might put a hook just to hang the lantern in the D2. I guess if the loco despawns, the stuff that you put in it will end up in the lost and found anyway. I mean, really, with the D2, you could just place the lantern on that shelf behind you. It never falls over. Steam engine, the hook is going to be invaluable because that lantern loves to fall over. That little shelf. I'm going to put it in pretty much the same spot, though, I think. Might tweak it a little bit since I'll have the hook. Dump the fence. Like I'm thinking in the D2, you just set it down right here and it stays there. It's derail. If I wanted to put a hook to hang it on, I'd put the hook like here-ish. Just for the light. I don't like the cab light. It's too bright. Too harsh. One thing that I'd love to be able to hang up, and I'm pretty sure you can't. I tried it with a couple of different things. Tried it in the caboose. You can't hang up the shovel on something as far as I can tell. I'd really like to be able to hang that in the caboose. Especially because when I tried to put it in its normal spot, it glitched through the floor. It's a little late on that. Well, maybe I wasn't, though, because I do have one car with me. Oh, we gotta go down C yard. Should I use, you know what? I'm getting used to not using that, so I'm gonna keep not using it. No, didn't do it in time. Being too fancy. Guess I thought I had more time. Don't judge me. I like the way the southern skin came out. Just getting the spacing right on the lettering and especially the numbers was tricky, but it worked. I had to do an offset of plus 1,000 so that the lowest digit could possibly be is 1000, so that the spacing would be right. So if this is 164, you just ignore the first one. This way, right? Yeah, usually I'm coming back in the other way, but I had to do some shenanigans to get this car. Not really shenanigans, just grab it from the other end of the yard, which usually screws everything up, but we got a Y here, so it's fine. Oh, I hope I'm looking for 3 gondolas. I see a gondola there, which is leading me to believe, hopefully, that the cars that I need aren't going to be buried. Liv can attest, I was playing on my own for a little while earlier, and I needed 2 empty flat cars at the very end of the string of a very long string of logistical haul flat cars on this 1S track. They were buried all the way down towards the other end, and I was trying shenanigans to not have to dig it out, and it would have been a lot easier if I just dug it out. I ended up having to abandon job because I decided pushing it through from this end so that I just pushed those 2 cars down against the bumper and then I could come around down the other track and pick them up. That was my plan, but I did not execute it very well, and then I ended up very slowly, quietly busting the buffer off at the end of the track there, and I don't think the game liked that very much, and I think the end of the empty car was tangled up on that broken buffer that was now off the end of the track, and so I would pull forward. I would get like maybe half a car or maybe even a full car's length forward, and then I would just rubber band backwards and blew the traction motor and the DE2 in the process. Because all of a sudden I was flying backwards while I was trying to accelerate forward. So yeah, it didn't like that. Oh good, these are the only cars here. This has to be it. Are we going too fast? That tiny little blip. Please. I hate these couplers. Hate them. Well, at least... okay, here's a change with these couplers that I think I like, but it's going to catch me out somewhere along the line, is before, when you hooked these couplers together, if you didn't tighten the screw, the coupler would just let go. So basically, it was like pulling the pin on the knuckle couplers. You know, you could just undo the screw and pull away, and it would just automatically fall off. Now, apparently, if the screw's not tightened down, it still hooks. So the downside of that is that when you're unhooking something fast, you can't just undo the screw and walk away. It's still going to be hooked. So you have to grab that hook and pull it off. You don't have to, stow it away nice, but you have to at least unhook it. The plus side is if you forget the screw, well, it's still hooked. So, negatives and positives, I guess. I guess I should check the card, but I know this has to be right because, yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm sure that's going to catch me out somewhere along lines where I'm just trying to disconnect quick and I don't pull that hook off. But we'll see. Throw the switch up here so we come out the other end of the Y there. There's a 9:45 already. Keeping her slow because I gotta run up and throw that switch. Yeah, I'm trying to get myself used to just leaving this always on work train and then, throwing the switches manually. And of course, when I get the dispatcher license, we'll play around with that. That'll be a whole extra thing. But yeah. Okay. I wanted the rear ladder anyway. Trying to make myself use that mouse mode more too, so that I can keep looking forward while I'm doing stuff. It's hard to break old habits though. Never used to use this at all, so I do like it, but it's hard to get used to. Just because it's different. Almost too quick for me to be able to. Yeah, not really. Wow, I blew the air that much and it's still not completely stopped. Guess that's maybe a little bit more realistic, yeah. Maybe. I'm not sure. So I see there's already a tester version of MP for post-build 99, which is neat. I guess for MP, if you're not going to try to sync all the crazy items that they just added, maybe there's not a whole lot he has to do to make it work. It's in the testing stages, of course. But... do I have to worry about a switch? No, that's turned, isn't it? Yeah. I'm already well past it, aren't I? 4 cars now. 4 cars, Connie. I saw the Northern Alex posted a link on his Discord to the new build release, so maybe he'll come back to Derail Valley. I think he never really got into Derail Valley that much, though. He's played it a couple of times, but he didn't really get into it that much, which is understandable. It's not for everybody. I don't know. Oh, I'm not gonna make that switch. Come on. What is it, uphill? Keep going. 1 more car, Connie. I'm just gonna call any imaginary person Connie now, aren't I? I did finally see that whole movie. There was a time when I knew some of the quotes, but I didn't see the movie, but I did. I should watch it again sometime, though. Unstoppable. Wondering what I'm talking about. Pretty good. Obviously a bunch of wacky stuff that they added just to make it more of a movie, but still overall pretty good. Unstoppable. You can't go wrong with Denzel Washington, first off. Why is that switch thrown? You're not... are you rolling away? No. Why? Maybe I put the handcart on the outbound track and flipped it. Well, this is my first time switching the harbor, so yeah, it's just another troll switch. Okay. Guess that makes sense. I got these cars all together, so I might as well start the job. Yeah, since we're here at the station anyway. I can't believe that DM3 is just right there. And I really like the DM3 too, so that's pretty cool. It's fitting since our save that we were playing on for so long before the update, I was just driving around with the DM3 forever. Of course, it's going to be a long time before we get to restore it, because that costs a lot of money. E30. Oh, interesting. Okay. So since we don't have dash, instead of just barely getting on the loading track and dashing over to the loader to load it. I could have said that better. We're gonna just shove way down to the lever. Oh, I keep looking for the switches. I know they're right. I just set them. I know it might be really boring, but I do kind of like starting over fresh with nothing. Nothing. We already have $16,000, and that's after I spent money on lanterns and books and stuff. Even got the watch already. Song's nice. I say this song is nice at the same time realizing that might be from some... No. I think it's from Chrono Trigger. There's another song there's some called Chrono Trigger, but same artist. I think so. There it is. Oh yes, wood scrap. Oh, that is wood scrap. Oh, that's different then. That's not the same thing as rotten ties. Oh, cool. Or maybe wood scrap can be like this, shredded wood, or rotten ties. Neat. Goes sawmill, which makes sense. Something else to take to sawmill besides logs. Very cool. So we're going to E3. It's going to be a left. I wonder if you guys can hear my clock. I don't think so. Me plus 4 cars stop just before the crossing. Let's see if I pulled that off. It's kind of guessing. That's one of the gadgets. So you can set a point and it'll beep when you're 4 cars past it or 5 cars past it, whatever. Yeah, that was plenty. Five, 4, 3. I wish I was a little bit more realistic with the sand cart and actually stopping it instead of just letting it go and spawning a new one each time, but it takes so long to stop it. It's so much easier to just spawn another one and it automatically gets rid of the one that you were on. This time I gotta clear it though, because it's in the way. But still. Weird little traffic circle still here. Yeah, well, that's what I was blowing the for the crossing for. Yeah, I was about 10 cars early on that one. Cute little traffic circle. Oh, they have a crossing gate on the circle though, and the circle is of course always one way, I would think. So that makes sense. Neat. That's the other crossing gate. Oh, this is gonna take forever. I realize it was this far back. I can run it from the engine and just stop at the marker. I'm so used to always coupling up to whatever's parked there and probably having to shove it back, but this time I can tell I definitely don't have to do that. So. Can we? Thank you. So by the time I get back to the engine and give her more throttle, we're almost there anyway. What's the point? Could have left it alone, but I was worried I would stop. Done? Set the handbrake. Yeah, I literally just said it. The rest is going to be unload what I brought in. Unload those tractor trailers. Semi-trailers. That's a better way to say that. Look at that, it cleared the crossing. Not even trying. Sorry, that was too much. One click too far. I guess I like the D2 as much as I do because it does remind me a lot of the 44 tonner that I used to work on. Well, I learned how to be a brakeman on the 44 tonner. Short line railroad, MNJ back in the day. And then we upgraded from a 44 tonner to a GP9. Which a lot of people think is a relatively small locomotive, but for us it was a monster. And I wish we just fixed the 44 tonner instead of getting the GP9. It just needed wheels. Actually, later on, M&NJ, after they acquired other branches, they used it somewhere else for a while. I think they must have replaced the wheels because it was going to be coming up for inspection. There's no way it was going to pass with those wheels. They were razor thin, the flanges. That was the only real big thing that would have kept it from passing inspection, I think. Of course, both radiators leaked like a sieve. And, you know, for little stuff that you do on a short line, that wasn't too big of a deal. You just filled it up with water each time. You kept it in a heated shed in the winter. Other than that, it ran pretty good. What else was the problem with that? Yeah, it's really those wheels were getting thin. We made another 12,000. 29. Okay, so we have 2 unloads. 1 drop off and 2. Then I guess we'll spend another $100 to... Where's my lantern? Oh, I placed the one that I was holding. Okay. But, and then we can decide on if we're going to get... What is this? Dispatcher. Well, that doesn't raise my copay, and it doesn't screw with anything with the re-railing fee and stuff. Yeah, I'll probably buy a dispatcher. I should have already done that. It was 10 grand, so... Okay, so... where were those semi-trailers? I freaking saw them. I ran on them. The C yard, or was it this yard? I can't remember. Don't get old, kids. I ran on that. I think it was over in C. And the one that I brought in from Harbor, that's an E. That's probably what we're going to do next, unless the trailers are here. Oh, wait, wasn't this a fragile? This is not fragile. Okay. Yeah, it shouldn't be. There's just flatbeds. Flatbed trailers on top of flatbed cars. Black cars. What's on this input track? What I'm trying to figure out here. Is that it? I'm trying to look through the gondolas that are here. Oh, there they are. Okay, they're here, so we'll do this one first. I'm gonna keep looking at that freaking TM3 that's just sitting there. What the hell? Wait, this is the same. So I already have 2 of the museum logos. The 060 is up at the steel mill, right in the middle of the yard, and the DM3 is right here. Those are the 2 that I would really like to use too. Because, you know, if I find the Museum D2, that's probably going to be low on the list, because what am I going to restore that for? Just switching around the museum, maybe? I mean, it would be good for switching around the museum. You can't haul a lot with it. You would really need 2 of them. Not release? Why didn't I release the brake? Right there, please. I scare myself sometimes. I'm too busy blabbering about the DM3. And what else is there? Of course, the 282. That would be, you know, end game. You have your own 282 that you can do whatever with, fully customize and whatnot. Right, I already threw the switches because I ran through them with the handcart. Derp. I was thinking I still had to throw something. I think from what I've seen people talk about these link pins, they're not link pins, these chains. You have a choice when you're hooking up, you know, locomotive to car. You always want to use the chain from the car instead of the locomotive. That way, if it breaks, you're not breaking the one from the loco, I guess. I mean, either way, you got to replace the chain, but the difference is if it breaks and it came from the car, then it's up to the car owner to fix. You know, money-wise, anyway. You know, same crew's gonna have to fix it either way, I would think. Okay. I'm not worried about copyright because I've got my split audio. That's the song that Bebo wrote all new lyrics for. Bury the Cringe, yes. God. That was a whole thing. Yeah. Yeah, you know me, when I hear lyrics, I always get worried about it, no matter what it is. Yeah, you would think there wouldn't be any copyrighted craziness. And I'm pretty sure there's not, because when the composer of the song in Bebo's stream, like, going on about how great it was that she was redoing the lyrics and stuff, cheering her on. That was pretty wild. yeah, Trip Mnemonic, yeah, the river gets played by Mike Mnemonic, could you imagine? Oh, you laugh, but whoever made the original tune behind that song, but that's been available free forever, so I can't see how I could ever be wrong. SoundCloud. Oh god, could you imagine? Sampled, that's fine. The right term is sampled. Of course, I never played Devil May Cry. I really got into the music much. So when I hear it, and I start thinking about singing to it and stuff, what lyrics am I going to remember? The freaking Beboo ones. Thankfully, I don't know I'm good enough to actually sing them, but thank God. No, we don't need cringe songs. It's okay. That one really bad one is still on the damn playlist. Still haven't taken it out. I know it's there too. And that wasn't even like purposely cringe or trolly, it's just bad. Oh, why didn't I start the job? God damn it. Forgot. This is neat, truck trailers. Semi-trailers. I wonder if there's a box trailer version. I doubt it, but it'd be cool. Something about Shiori. God. Accurate to real pirate shanties. Oh, I don't doubt it. Oh God, yes, it will happen someday. I'll just come back to a lot of question marks and, oh, I didn't know you were like that. Like, oh no. Oh, what am I doing? I need to start the job. just told myself I should have started the job. I caught a fail race stream for a little bit earlier. He's coming back to, what is that goofy game called? The Long Drive. He hadn't played it for a long time, and he went back to it today. That's neat. I gotta watch it again, because I only saw pieces. Someone Hollow Life sings it. Oh, God. I don't know. That's a little too yabai, I think. Although, they've done some pretty yabai stuff. Maybe one of the ID girls, like Ali. But I don't think so. A little too much. Yeah, Ali. Or Gigi. Gigi's pretty crazy. I don't think she'd go quite that far, but maybe. Did you see, speaking of Ali. Okay, all 3 cars she won. She sang a version of Callie's song Red to her. Like Callie had a karaoke where people, pre-recorded their parts of the song. And Ollie changed the words to Red. Oh God, that was pretty good. Yeah, I could see maybe Ollie doing that song. One of these days, I'm gonna ram that handcart into something, and it's actually gonna manage to like derail a freight car or something. I'll be like, oh come on, you can't do that. It's illegal. Okay, so G1. I might want to take logistical hauls, although logistical haul needs concurrent. I don't know. You can make a lot with logistical haul, though. There's a lot of logistical hauls coming out here, I think. I don't know how many logistical hauls there are going to be that are short enough. Let's see. Let's do some calculating. Heard this one plenty often enough. How long this freaking playlist is, it's pretty funny how often certain songs will play. TM3. I'm gonna look at it every time. Really, I should have been getting back to playing whatchamacallit, Hard Truck Apocalypse, because the first stream I did of that, the VOD is on YouTube. And it was, for me, the numbers were pretty good on it. I think I got like 80 views on that one. Like, whoa, 80 views from my dead YouTube channel? That's pretty good. But I did have a LP of the first Hard Truck Apocalypse game back in the day, so I guess that probably boosted it. Still, I like to mix things up, and this big update just came out, so I'm playing a lot of this. But I should mix it up, but the bigger thing is I should stream a lot more. That's what I'm still trying to get myself to do. Definitely not going to stream tomorrow night, because Saturday nights somebody else in the house actually streams. And we don't know if we have the good enough bandwidth for that. When he streams, he doesn't use much bandwidth, but I do. Probably. The video games and all that. So like if he was streaming and then I started streaming, I'd probably bump him right off. Maybe. I think the internet could handle it, but it's sketchy. We have really good download speed for our internet. It's a Spectrum cable internet, so it's like I think we're paying for 300 and we're getting like 350 download. Which is good because we do a lot of, we have 3 or 4 TVs hooked up with Fire Sticks, so that's all internet. But the upload speed is only like 15. That's the big problem with cable. They're making the download speed number get bigger and bigger, but the upload speed is still not great. And upload is streaming. They are starting to set up fiber optic in my area now. Just starting to get there. That would be 500 up, 500 down, which would be amazing, but it'd be more money, so it's probably not going to happen. I mean, honestly, what we have now for what we do is plenty good enough. Incoming average. Aren't I fancy? The air did blow, right? Yeah, okay. Got worried for a second. That's about as close as I'll get to kicking for the most part, because when you can't dash, it's not really worth it to kick. Oh, this is one of the tracks from that Iris' song from the Hollow Council RPG game. Oh, so well done. Oh, no. Never played it myself, but I watched, I think all of the council members played it. Promise members, I should say. Why do I keep doing that instead of the throttle? I don't know. Alzheimer's. What is this? Is that the DK rap? Bears and birds. Grant? Is this wrestling? It's allowed. We have split audio. That's one of those guys whose names I've seen around, but I don't actually know him. What's the ad break? 2-minute ad break. $7,800. Wow, nice. I got one more to go. Four minutes. That's a Scoopy song. Ah, burn. Yeah, Kirk. Hey, there's Mike. Speaking of. Not driving my truck tonight, but still. It always spits. That's right. No. Name's Red Bear. No. No, no, no. There's a SoundCloud rapper. Yeah, I don't curse, but I don't mind if anybody else does, and that includes music. Yeah. Fly the bird. Hi there, Lucy. Oh, did Mike summon you? You just missed a big ad break, so I guess that's good. Unless it forces you to watch it as soon as you start watching the stream anyway. How you doing? Nice. Clunk. That sound always makes me think that I popped the air hose loose. I gotta get used to it. New sounds with the new update. One nice thing about having these couplers instead of knuckles, I mostly really like the knuckles better, but one nice thing is I can easily reach across for this angle cock. When the knuckles are here, the hitbox on them are too big to click to unclick the knuckles, to unlock the knuckles. So I'm always not locking the knuckle when I don't want to because I'm trying to reach this angle cock. And usually I just get in the habit of jumping over to the other side to do it. That's not a problem with the chain. But still, I'd still rather have the knuckles. Alright. Nothing dangerous about these steel rolls. It's okay, they're strapped down. Did close the angle cock at the other end, right? Yeah. Did only set. Yeah. I just remembered that I was the one that pulled this in and parked it, so I'm like, wait a minute, I did only set one handbrake, right? Yeah, I did. I do get in the habit of anything longer than like 5 or 6 cars of setting 2 handbrakes, even though technically, as far as the game cares, you only need one. I try to be safer. Come on, we pulled this thing all the way up from Steelville. We can pull it on flat ground. I love C64 music. This is a remix. Still, so good. I think the C64 game, the last V8, the game itself was kind of terrible, bugged and stuff, but the music is so good. The one music track, of course, because C64. Crossing on the circle. So that's pretty smart. I get off here like I'm gonna stand here and flip the switch, but really what I need to do is get on the car so that I can blow the air and stop the train. If there was an engineer and a brakeman instead of just one person, then yes, that's what we would do. Oh, and Lucy, I worked on the line out of Pilot's Temple a little bit. Not too much. I was busy with some other stuff. And this game's gonna be taking up some of my time too. But yeah. I'll Really? You're still moving? A little bit. The mic. A fine line with this mic. I gotta have it pretty close to me for it to work. But also, if I like scratch my forehead or something, I can bump it pretty easily. So I try not to. Oh, whoa. Easy, calm. What was that? 2 clicks? And we can't do 2 clicks. The right way, anyway. Yep. I don't know why I'm still wearing the silly heart rate monitor, but I bought it a year or 2 ago, so I'm gonna use it. Damn it. It's a health monitor more than anything else, I guess. Not sure I'm still alive. Trying to practice using this mouse mode. Practice, just get used to it. Well, I guess practice makes more sense. Oh, I need to start the job. So I don't have to run back and forth. Stay. It's a dog. Two drop-offs. G7 and D1. 7:30. This end, so G7 first. I don't want to figure that out yet. I didn't even unload it yet. Do it, D2. Believe me. Nobody else does. Guess I'm gonna be a little fancy and just go to this end. Fancy is the right word for it, but you know, whatever. That'll stop it. So 3, right? So 44, 80, and 554. So that goes to G7. First or 2 go to D1. Yeah, I'm already in D yard, so I guess we'll do that first. So Lucy, I think I remember the last time you were playing Final Fantasy VIII, you were figuring out how to get the best score from killing the crab boss in Dalit, right? I think you were trying to kill the crab boss and get the best score on the report card. You weren't here earlier, but I've been watching people play it, like people do first playthroughs of it. It's fun. Sometimes it's just the nostalgia hit is good, and I like seeing people's reactions to different stuff that happens in that game. Oh, I'm an idiot. Yapping. Ah, that's not gonna happen. Guess we'll just go to G7 first. That's just easier. I was going to split it and leave the 3 cars behind and go D first, but it's just easier just to go to D7 first. We're already most of the way there. Wrong way, Magoo. Stop it. The other forward. Yeah, sometimes the handcart can be a little wide. That was intentional. Maybe not the perfect kickflip and landing upside down, but overall that was intentional. Oh, you are still moving. Okay. Whatever. It's fine. I stopped it right before the crossing, my good or what. Oh, I don't know if I got sidetracked or whatnot, but I just realized I didn't really finish my story about, like, the snow and stuff today. Well, the snow, long story short, was nothing. It was like maybe a half-inch of slush on any paved surface, but on, like, the wood steps and wood wheelchair ramp that I got in front of the house, no, nobody's in a wheelchair, and on, like, the grass on top of the cars, I guess we got, like, maybe an inch and a half. And then all sorts of other towns around us got, like, 6 to 8, and then a bit further north, they got, like, over a foot. It's like, oh, man. And all we get is this little bit of slush that I had to scrape around with the shovel. I was basically shoveling water around. But anyway, the point that I was trying to make, but I didn't get to, is that I'd like to know what was going on with our power this morning, because it was a pretty small storm for our standards anyway, and it wasn't cold enough for anything to freeze either. Oh, you bastard. I hate these. Hate it. Every time. Come on, keep moving. Come on, just pull it. Oh, come on. No. Okay. It's freaking chain couplers. It gives you half a second to hook it. But anyway, I do have to hook it because I have to shove it back a little bit. That little bit of snow that we got in my specific location anyway, the power blinked out this morning. Like, the power does that sometimes, to be fair here, which is not good, but, like, at least in my neighborhood anyway, where the power will blink, just do a quick, really quick, short blink. Not enough to, like, take out an electric clock, like a digital clock, but just enough to reset any kind of electronics, like your computer, for example, or cable boxes for my neighbor, stuff like that. It's really, really annoying. And that's been going on, every once in a while for years. But anyway, this morning, oh, come on, I hate these freaking chains. There. I'm going to take this off because I'm going to be a good yard man and just have all of the handbrakes at one end. So this morning, when I woke up this morning kind of early to the sound of hearing my PC fans kicking on. Just real quick, loud for a second. And that always happens when my computer first boots up. When it first boots up, it kicks the fans on a little bit louder than normal. I just realized I left a notch on the throttle. Oops. I was like, oh, that didn't sound right. And I looked at the screens and they were black. And I was like, I think the computer reset. Just waking up. And sure enough, I check, and then the power blinked out again, and the clock actually lost time, I think. Yeah. That was because it wasn't just the normal little quick blink. It was a quick blink, and then it was another little bit longer of a blink. And that's the worst when you're dealing with electronics. If the power's going to go out, just kick it off. Don't just do this little quick blink and back on stuff. Or like half off. That's what kills things. So, sure enough, I look around and, yep. I go over and talk to my mom. She's like, yeah, the power blinked out like twice, and now there's no internet. And I'm like, Mom, there's never going to be internet. Anytime that there's even the shortest of blinks, it's enough to knock out the router. There's not going to be internet for like 2 or 3 minutes at least, because it takes forever to reset. We know this. But the TV, yeah, I know. The TV is internet, and it's going to be out for a few minutes, yes. It's the television. Unfortunately, the television set is not just connected straight to a cable wire anymore. They got rid of that. I really hated when they digitized the cable, by the way. It was a different rant when they first did that and decided that the only way your cable TV was going to work is if it's hooked up to a freaking box. Well, what's the point of a cable-ready TV if there's no such thing as a cable signal anymore? No, it's got to be digital. You got to go through this digital box. And of course, so how much is each digital box is like $13 a month for TVs. So even if you're giving me a good deal on the bill, you can add on 13 times 4. That's why we got rid of cable, because it kept going up. And, you know, the cable bill was starting to get up over like $200 a month, and it was like, no, this is way too much. There's this thing called streaming now. You just need internet. So that's what we do. We still have Spectrum cable, but it's only internet, nothing else. Though I would kind of like to have a house phone someday, but it's never going to happen. But anyway, yes, so the power blinked out a couple of times this morning. And more than just the normal little quick blink, too. So I guess it was probably weather related, which is really sad, because like I said, we had like maybe a half inch of slush. I know slush is heavier than snow, but it was barely anything. We've had bad storms with a lot of wet, heavy snow. And wind. We had a little bit of wind, but not much. But that was kind of sad. And then later on in the afternoon, when really things were probably getting better, I would think. I mean, it snowed all day today, but it was relatively light for the most part, and it wasn't even sticking to pavement. I don't know if you can hear the clock or not, so I stopped talking. It wasn't even sticking to pavement, but it was sticking to non-paved surfaces, like, I guess, trees and power lines, but still, it was not nearly enough to be causing problems. But sure enough, at like, I want to say it was like 2 in the afternoon. No, not that late, because we didn't come over yet. I think it was like 12:30. The power went out, and it wasn't just a blink this time. It went out, and when it went out this time, because I was awake, I unplugged the computers so that in case it was doing some blinking nonsense or half on or something, it wasn't going to fry anything. But it was out for like a half hour at like 12:30 in the afternoon, something like that. And it was ridiculous. I was like, there's barely any snow out here. How are we having power outage? And usually when there's power outages in the general area, Our specific neighborhood and area usually does pretty good with not getting power problems. DM3 to at least drive. Oh, that's good. Yeah, you haven't done much with the DM3, huh, Liv? They're fun. And honestly, once you drive it a few times and get used to the shift pattern, they're a piece of cake. Going to D1. Yeah. Of course, there's cars I gotta shove back. Machine factory, coal plant, city southwest. Let's see if I know what all these letters are. Oil well central, farm, steel mill, coal mine south, forest south, sawmill, coal south. Oh, city south, right? Harbor, goods factory, forest central, oil refinery, food factory. Found DE6 and DH4. Oh, wow. I think they could be pretty well hidden. I think sometimes they might even be partially in water. I'm trying my best not to spoil myself because people are just going to put pictures of where they all are. Trying not to spoil myself that much. But I thought I saw something that was like sticking out of water. Could be wrong though. I didn't think it would be that buried, but hidden, I should say. But maybe, I mean, you know. And then you have, well, you've seen my DM3 here in the harbor that's just sitting there under the awning. Okay, so there's 2 more cars that I have to hook up once I get... And yeah, I do have to... You know what? Let's see. We're gonna take off the brake on this one. But we're gonna leave this one on. I hope that's enough. We're gonna shove through. The screw trying to hook these 2 up. Pain in the ass. Just to shove back a little bit. Need to come back. What, 1 more car. We're shoving the handbrake. Won't play anymore, yeah. Yeah, you're gonna burn yourself out digging for everything, Yep. I think maybe that's why I decided to start over again and just take things super slow. Because it's gonna be really easy to just look around for everything and try to do all that stuff, and then you're gonna get burned out. I think it's the best word for it. I know there's a handbrake back there. I know. Alright, so there's a handbrake on either end, whatever. All good. Wow. Alright, Burn. thanks for stopping by and all. I'll see you around. Yeah, I'll be going for maybe another hour or so. Maybe a little bit longer. Maybe not too tired yet. Should be pretty tired. I've been up for a while. I've been sleeping like normal times recently, and it's been weird. I found my two easy ones, so I'm guessing the rest of them. Maybe that's always it. It's always random when you first start a world, but maybe there's always going to be like two. Oh, maybe at least somewhat easy ones to find, and then the rest are going to be really varied to make up for it. I am surprised I got two. I think I'm going to shut her down because it's dark anyway. Look how immersive we are. We're going to even turn down the lantern if I can. Really? You can't? Isn't that the thing? Can we not click that anymore? I know it's easier to just hold it and dial it down. 2 to 3 in 20 minutes. Oh, wow. Hey. Jeez. Yeah, then there's me. Who didn't even look for any. It still works? Yeah, it just wasn't hitting the right spot. Yeah. It's so much easier to just pick up the lantern and turn the mouse wheel down anyway. Although I guess if we didn't have them hanging from hooks, so I'm going to have to get used to doing that. Let's see. Yeah, slow as crap, and I'm still getting the time bonus pretty easily. Nice. Of course, I don't have any licenses that cut down on the time yet. Well, that was another... What was that, 21,000? Yeah. We're up to 58,000. And I already spent a bit of money, so that's good. Let's sleep on it, and then we'll decide what licenses to get. Then maybe we'll get out of the harbor. Although if I get... if I get, like, long one, for example, there's still going to be more switching to do. So I'll be able to put this one together for Sawmill. Though I don't think I'd ever try to haul that out of here to Sawmill. Almost 400 tons. That's right on the limit, and you got to go up. You got to go uphill. Although Sawmill, if I go the lower route from Harbor, I don't have to deal with the Harbor Hill. And then if I hang a right, I wonder. I think if I stay on the lower route past where the caboose is, boy, too bad I can't buy the caboose key. That's not down here. Past where the caboose is, and then hang a right before, heading to Stallman. Go up along that river, around City Southwest, and back down. I don't think there's any real hills that way. That's kind of the magic route. Here, I'll show you. Here, down this way, or here, and then up, over, and back down. It's longer, but I don't think there's any real hills to deal with. There's a little bit of a hill coming into Sawmill from this end, but it's nowhere near as bad as trying to get into Sawmill from this side. And then back here, you're going this way, so you're the bad hill for Harbor is from here to like here. This whole section here. Unless you gotta go up here, but I don't think you really do. There's like a dip where you go down and then you go down a lot here. Yeah, if you made this left towards Sawmill, then you're climbing like hell trying to get up into Sawmill. But if you go up this way, you're not. That's going to be quite the trip, too. It's long. We got this mining trucks, 560 tons, which actually, since it's flat in the harbor, I could probably put that together with one D2, believe it or not. Would never be able to move it anywhere out of the harbor, but I'd probably be able to put it together and make $45,000. Maybe. Same thing with that set of scrap. I don't think I would. I probably wouldn't try that one. I think it's looking like long one, though. Oh, mining trucks, excavators, tower crane parts. Oh, that's cool. That I could definitely put together. Oh, that's unload. That's unload. It's already. That's 40,000. Yeah, we're definitely going long one first. There's just too much money that I can get. Oh, what the lantern? You didn't know you could turn it up and down in your hand? Yeah, I learned that pretty early on because I didn't like trying to feel for that knob. That didn't sound right. It kind of did, but not really. You know what I mean? I don't know, my mouse just isn't that accurate, or I'm just not very good at using a mouse, but yeah. It's a lot easier to just hold it and then mouse wheel it. City South, man. It's so weird. City South instead of City Southwest. Oh no, City South is the new one, right? Right. Yeah, I think long one is definitely the play. Go for long instead of concurrent first. Harder to hit moving and speed. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, City Southwest, now City West. Yep. It's gonna take me a while to get used to that. Makes sense, but yeah, it's gonna take me a while to get used to it. Okay. Take that off. I think we're definitely getting long one first. But no logistical halts. Dispatcher, probably. I mean, why not? Long one. Oh, that's logistical. We're not getting logistical. Not getting logistical. Getting logistical. I think the plan is I'm gonna get long one. I'm not gonna do that. That's too much. Maybe. Definitely. I think I'm gonna put that together. Hope I didn't bury the cars too much. That's fragile too. Load. Boy, this is hard to pass up. 41,000. Boy, if I do this, we're not making it out of harbor tonight. If I do this, there's a chance, and then I'm going to be streaming past 12 though, because if I try to haul that to Sawmill, that's going to take a while. Because I just traced out the route. It's going to be wacky. I think I'm awake enough that I could do that. I hate to do only switching and nothing else all night, although I did kind of warn people that what was gonna happen. 41,000. No, I think we're gonna ignore that. I'm gonna just do this. Okay. You go there. So long one. and dispatch. See how much that's going to be. See, dispatcher is 10 and long one is 10. Well, yeah, we can do more than that even. I even get concurrent too. I still have 38. I get concurrent too. How much more is concurrent gonna raise things? Another 4,000. How much did I already raise it? Copay. 2,000. So now my copay is $2,000. Damn, how much was that damaged? I think that was like 3,500 that I just did, which would be 1,500 with manual. Just wondering if it makes sense to get manual service soon, and I think not quite yet. Another 20. And that bumps the copay up even more. I think I'm going to do that quite yet. What does MU need? MU needs concurrent. I think we'll get concurrent one then. Yeah, they do need to up the 060 spawns. Yep, they're pretty hard to find. 060s are hard to find, and well, the M3s, I think they did bump up a little bit because the M3s were a bit harder to find, and now they're not as hard. Alright, we gotta make some money. I didn't throw out any. Let's throw out samples. You know, I never looked around the station to see if there was anything really different. I don't think there is. Not that crazy. I noticed you can buy like a milk crate from the store, which is hilarious because you can just steal one here, but if you buy one, then it's permanent. Yeah, see, magic trick. Hopefully it would fix that. But I think you can even buy like a cardboard box. That's like, wait a minute, what? Okay. Put my license away here, I guess, for now. Sometime, I'm sure, off stream, I will organize these paperwork that's gonna stay in here for a while till I get my caboose. I wish you could open these two drawers. I put the paperwork in there. Okay. Can I get rid of this? Never could use it. The compass I might actually use. It still does that stupid thing where it leaves this highlight that takes up the I hate that so much. That is for, like, if you're at other difficulty levels, like comfort or whatever. If you drop it, you can click that highlight in the inventory and get the item back. But if you can't do that, then get rid of the stupid highlight ghost of the item that takes up the spot. Into every station now. Wow. It's crazy RNG. Okay, so I'm looking for a lot of empty gondolas and some of them might be buried because I did some unloading jobs. $61. This poor little D2 is going to be run through the gambit. The empties could be in the yard. Nice. 61. We got some one car here. 3 pickups. 8 cars total. Another one. Oh. 6 of 8. Okay, definitely gotta do it from that end then. 2 more cars somewhere else. Is it all gonna be G yard? So. It'd be funny if it was all G yard. Hopefully the rest of mine are super buried. They were too easy ones, so now the rest need to be buried. It's only fair. where these end here. And I think I will drag them all onto the loading track and D and run around behind the other two cars. Explain that. Oh, hey, I slept, didn't I? Frickin' Derail Valley gremlin cutting out my brake stand while I sleep. Thankfully, I just barely heard the buzz. Just the way the sun is, I might not have seen the red blinky light this time. Oh, did you find the 282? I mean, you missed driving it. Yeah. From the little bit of CP that I saw from High Spooling into it on his made an episode, not just the stream, he made an episode, LP episode too. It does look very crowded. Jesus, that's a lot. I would have, no, for sure. Tempted to add numbers to this. It's not my skin pack though. Yeah, the coal plant looks very crowded. It's neat, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. 4:30 for me. Boy, I don't know. I might put this together, and first thing we do next stream is haul this. I know this is a long haul, the sawmill. Oh, I want to do a quick flip. Oh, no, good. I like that you don't slam the brakes on bullets quite as quick when you do that, because I wasn't able to flip that back up quite quick enough. But I know I can't hop onto these cars when they're moving, so I erred on the side of caution. There. Good. Once I left it open at the other end. I don't think so. There's always a chance someone's such a habit of doing that. It'll be 12 o'clock. A lot of boring switching, but it's good, buddy. Because, I mean, we're only one stream in, and we managed to get ourselves still at 28,000 in that wallet. And we got long one, concurrent one, and dispatcher one, which I should be freaking using, by the way. Coming out of G, so that's going to be that switch. It's going to be tricky because there's a lot of switches here on the overview. And when we get into D, well, that's going to be D where you flip. Yeah, flip to here. It's clunky enough that you can screw yourself over trying to mess with it, which is kind of the point. We do have to remind ourselves sometimes that this game is called Derail Valley. they made a really good like remake of this one game on Action 52 somewhere with the music to go along with it too. I played it once. Somebody played it. Well, they redid a lot of the Action 52 games. They called it Action 52 Owns, I think. Oh, right. Up. This. Now we're cooking with gas. D. Coming this way. I'm gonna go here. Wait, left, right. Too bad it doesn't show here. Oh, yep, that's why I'm gonna pull in here. Disconnect the cars, then run the engine this way and find back out, run around basically. Can I though? Sure, one of these treat. Oh yeah, the input track is clear. Run out that way. Oops, some of that. Wait. That's gonna take some time to get used to. It's cool though. Gotta be here somewhere. Probably out over there. Track 1 or 2. Like 8, I think. Spawning in, yeah, you earned it. Do it. The air, but then close the damn thing. It's gonna be hooking up to the other one. It's a lot. Thankfully, it's not maybe super easy because of the slosh. It's not going to be super easy to blow it up. Yeah, that slosh was ridiculous, especially on that because the boiler was so small. More competent game. Magic. Right. Left. Like Discord? Oh, okay. Okay. I might have moved. Wait, what? Oh, cool. You require hours. Wow, if you crank it all the way up. Oh, that's neat. Really? Yeah, I haven't looked at the difficulties yet. Realistic, no rain. Interesting. Very cool. That's neat. I'll read them. Useful in starting with scratch and longest time setting will latch in real life will only require hours. Oh, that's cool. I mean, I don't know if I would ever go that crazy with it, but it's neat. David loves his DMU. Okay, hold on. I think I got away from the mic. Am I still too quiet? One of these days, maybe I'll get a microphone that's not a Guitar Hero microphone hanging from a lamp. Someday. Good now. Yeah, I got away from the mic. Good. Yep. Yep, I moved a bit and I didn't move the mic to go along with it. Good, thanks for telling me. Eddie. What I need would be like a headset mic. I used to have headset mics. The problem that I usually had with a headset mic, I guess I probably had just cheap, crappy ones, is the wires would go bad after not too long. I don't know. This one still works pretty good. I just have to boost it a lot. Straight, yes. Somewhere in this yard, it's gonna be my 2. I don't want to grab it from this end anyway. So there. Rock Band. Nice. I got 2 of these Guitar Hero. The funny thing is, these Guitar Hero microphones, they must be from the Guitar Hero, the first Guitar Hero that had the different instruments and singing, so that must have been Guitar Hero World? I think, because, you know, Rock Band did it, and then Guitar Hero looks like, oh man, we gotta do that too. I see, at the cost of maybe making mic noise. Yeah, it just says Guitar Hero. But, the funny thing is, that game must have been a game that my friends played. And, you know, they didn't like having to hold the mic, so I think at the same time they bought a couple of headset mics. So they just gave me, or they got left behind at the house, something. I ended up with them somehow. But I've never even played that Guitar Hero, like not once. I have my PS2 Guitar Heroes that I used to play a lot. I used to be pretty good at Guitar Hero, but nowadays, terrible. But I had Guitar Hero 1, Guitar Hero 2, which was usually everybody's favorite. Then Guitar Hero Rocks the 80s, which was a spin-off of 2. So same system. And then Guitar Hero 3 Legends of Rock, which is actually my favorite. That must be it. 61, yeah. Okay. Where am I going to put these 2 empties? Black cars. I don't think it would make me put another set of cars on this track. It's not long enough, so I think I could put the 2 empty black cars here. And I used to be able to beat pretty much the whole Guitar Hero game, each one of those games, I think, on hard. And then maybe a quarter to half of the songs on expert. That was like my peak. But nowadays, I can maybe beat half the songs on hard, if that, which is sad. And, you know, I play a couple of songs and my wrists are like, no more. What are you doing, you crazy person? Too old for this crap. I do like to play it every once in a while anyway, though. I even got myself a video audio splitter so that I could split the output from the PlayStation. One of the splits goes straight to my TV, my actual CRT TV on my computer desk. It's a little one. So that there's no input lag, right? And then the other split goes through the DCR, that goes to the easy cap so that you can see it on the computer. If I was ever going to stream it, you know, which I don't even do anyway, but you know, I streamed it once. I even have it set up in Twitch so that if I stream a Guitar Hero game, it automatically will not save the VOD. It's like, okay. So even with the difficulty spawners set to sandbox mode, you can't spawn. Really? Huh. I guess I've never tried to spawn anything with except for sandbox, in actual sandbox mode. Yeah, you would think you would be able to, though, if you set it to set the spawner set the difficulty, yeah. I never really figured out the intricacies of the difficulty stuff. I just figured out how to turn things off to make the game harder. So, the mod that lets you, you know, spawn stuff and whatnot, that's what is it called, DV utilities, that still works, which is pretty cool, really. That still works. Okay, I want these 2 cars. Okay, that's still disconnected. Not a mod. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I think I noticed that was an option once, but I never tried it. Yeah, back before Simulator, you could just spawn stuff in, yeah. Of course, you didn't even have difficulty settings back then either. I might try a little kick here. Usually for me, since I don't have dashing on, kicking isn't usually worth it too much for me. But in this particular situation, I think it will be. Just gotta make sure I let the air fill up all the way. On Mississippi 2, Mississippi 3, Mississippi, I'm sure it's all aired back up. Unhook the thing. Yes, I know, Facebook, you're updating your terms that are gonna change. I know. Like I have any say in it anyway. Just got another email about it. Am I ready to kick? Yes. I think that was not plenty. Did I not close the angle kick? Why no kick? Uphill? That wasn't plenty. Interesting. That's what happens when you don't normally kick. Guess I should have looked. Some brake is still. I didn't bear up all the way. My little count to 5 Mississippi wasn't good enough, huh? You didn't air up all the way? Is that the problem? There. Yep. Huh. I didn't think I dumped that much air. Okay, let's try it again. Slow kick. No, not the independence on there. I see, I would have just placed the damn cars by now. Okay, we're moving now. Honestly, I don't want to kick it any faster than that because those cars don't have air. Just saves me from going forward and back. Set in the handbrake because once again, cars don't have air. And I don't want these at all. So kicking. We like a good kicking. This one should be more straightforward. And I'm closer to the engine. Is there anything for it to hit? Yeah. Okay. That's how we safely kick cars. A little past 12. I'll get this freaking job done at least. I was like, what's moving? It's the damn crane over there. It can really catch you out sometimes. He's going to fill back up with air, and I don't want to set a handbrake on this. Well, that was some fun low-speed kicking. That's, of course, the only way kicking should be performed is low speed, not, you know, high speed. Although he's pretty darn good at it. When he does the really crazy yard moves and kicking and stuff, and you know, when the words Dutch drop comes out, he might screw it up, but he usually doesn't derail doing that. The derailments come from too much beans on the main, usually. Most of the time, anyway. I got my 2 gondolas. Now, of course, since I put this job together, I probably didn't put the cars together in the same order that they're supposed to be, which means when it comes time to unload it at Sawmill, it's going to maybe be a little more complicated than it's, because the cars won't be in the same order. But whatever, it'll make it more interesting. That'll be next time, of course. Because, yeah, we're about out of time for tonight. But I will at least load up these gondolas. Well, let's go up to the station and start the job. Might as well. I did all of this switching ahead of time, so I'm going to have I'm going to finish this job probably 20 minutes. Oh, yeah, they gave me 81 minutes to do this, and I'm probably going to do it in like 10 because I already did all the hard work of getting the cars together. Stop before the crossing. No? Okay, fine. Don't stop before the crossing. I didn't mean to do that. Cars are aired up, right? G1, D1, G2. Okay, load following car. Okay, I don't know why I'm reading this like it's some new discovery, but okay, E5. E again. Okay. makes sense, actually. Oh. Wait. I am up here now. I want this right. And that right. Hey, we're gonna learn how to use that thing yet. I think I'll be using the big route one more than the little one for switching, but the exception is here at Harbor. I do a lot of switching though, so depends on how comfortable I get with it, I guess. It is neat though. Of course, people that run mods are like, man, we had this for a while. It's called Remote Dispatch, and Remote Dispatch has got updated. And of course, Remote Dispatch is always going to have its own spot because, you know, somebody else can dispatch for you. You don't have to do it yourself. If you did want to do it yourself, you better have a couple of monitors. Right, the chat box on stream. Oh, it's because the incoming ad breaks. Oh, I'm not even close. What am I doing? Stop. Really, I wish I could stand on this tiny little ledge on the gondolas, but you just can't. You just can't. Look. The only way I can get on the gondola is from the D2 and then there. There we go. That's gonna take forever. Okay, that's gonna take too long. Sorry. I'll go to one more ad break before I stop the stream, I guess. I'm under 10. It's barely. Or at 10 at least. Okay, finally. We have this whole train set together. I made point to close the angle cock at the other end. Pretty sure. I started the job already. All I gotta do is load it. Yes, yes. Load. More wood shavings. Okay. Going to E5. Oh no, it's loaded. Now the D2 has to, like, work and stuff. Come on. Okay. If you think this is bad, D2, wait until you drag this thing all the way to Sawmill. Oh god, am I really gonna try to drag this thing to Sawmill? That I know it's for next time, but am I gonna try to drag this all the way to Sawmill with one D2? I'm probably not. I think I'm gonna chicken out and do this. There was a shorter one going to Sawmill. I like the idea of going to Sawmill though. Although I don't have logistical haul yet, so if I go to Sawmill, I'm not going to be able to do the loop of grabbing empty stake cars from the sawmill and bringing them to the logging camp. I mean, I could run light to the logging camp, I guess. Probably from the sawmill, I'll probably just take the lumber and go to Goods Factory and do that. We'll see. Or maybe we'll make enough money in sawmill we'll have 060 or DM3 to play with. To buy the license, but it probably will be able to make it. Yeah, I'm already almost at 30. I think the DM3 is 30. I don't know about the 060. Yeah, they don't mess with your copays. Of course, if I get one of those, then I think the next step will definitely be manual service. I'm already kind of on the edge of needing manual service right now. A smarter thing, but it would make for stream number 2 of just switching the yard. The smarter thing would be do the other switch jobs that I can do here in the harbor next time. And then I can buy manual service before I even leave. Maybe even logistical haul too. Oh, I think only even just one of those switch jobs was worth like 40-something thousand. The big one. That would be like way too heavy for this thing to even think about moving out of the harbor, but I'm pretty sure I could move it in the harbor. Because the harbor's all perfectly flat. I need that gadget that tells me when I'm past the switch. That might very well be the first gadget that I buy. Because that does go along really well with the dispatch map. And just camp on it. Oh, damn. Well, you can't spawn the 060 because you didn't find it in career yet? What am I doing? I have the freaking dispatcher. Figure out where I am. To the 980. What? 5. That's weird. Yeah, that's work train. So it's not letting you spawn anything else. Huh. Yeah, I don't know how that works. What am I doing? I know I got the switches through. Yeah. Man, that sucks. Yeah, the D2 can be pretty rough. Well, I'm just a super slow player, personally. Yeah, the only time the D2 can really be, good is when you can MU 2 or 3 of them together. Then it could be okay. Yeah, a single one is rough. We'll find out next stream when I'm trying to go to the sawmill with one. It's okay for switching, but anything else, oof. Oh, god damn it, I missed a switch. How long was it going to take me to realize? Or did I? No, that is where I'm going. I freaked out. I thought I was supposed to go right. I'm not. I'm supposed to go exactly where I'm going. Yep, that's a sign for me that it's getting late. 5. Track 5. Yes, that's exactly where I want to go. Okay. I saw the cars go left instead of right and freaked out, but that's where they need to go. Oh. That stupid dispatcher missing the switch. I knew I'd do it better by hand. Going exactly where I need to go. Where's this? Is there a set of tankers that I'm about? Let's not. Yeah, 5 is fast enough if we're coupling into tankers. I don't think we are, though. I think that's a track over. Yeah. Oh, we're coupling into, like, either acetylene or what's that new load that's going to the farm? It's not acetylene, it's fertilizer. But, the spicy kind. Ammonium nitrate. That's the new load that goes... That's the new spicy red box load that goes to the farm. I wonder if it explodes. Don't you need to mix it with diesel fuel, or does that just make the explosion much bigger? It would explode without it. I don't think it would explode just by bumping it, hard enough. Unsolved mysteries. Pretty sure when I was doing my last truck stream, I had Robert Stack, the host of Unsolved Mysteries, telling me to turn somewhere, and the music kicked on. I was like, yes, perfect. Of course, Robert Stack has done so much more. But that's what he's always going to be remembered for. I ain't going to do much for me. I can't get the angle covered. Please, thank you. Now I need to get the hook off the rest of the way. There. Now we can be cool. Set the handbrake anyway. Set 2 for the string. 12:30. You know, I just realized something a little bit funny. This whole stream I've had my light on. I don't have a face cam on. I don't need the light on. Goofball. Delusions of grandeur. I think I'm a VTuber already or something. No, I'm just a PNG up there. I'm fine with that, really. Why am I throwing the switches by hand? I have dispatch. One of these days. I have dispatch. I don't have the locomotive remote, so yeah, it's much more important to stay with the locomotive than to throw a switch by hand. That's okay. I caught up to it. It's fine. Making a point to get past the switch, but it's not like... Oh, I can't service right. I was thinking service again before we leave next time, but can't service anyway. And I might at least start next time by doing more switching. The money's just too good. I do still kind of find it a little funny to take this D2, which is basically like European 44 tonner, out on the road, hauling much of anything faster than, you know, like 25, 30 miles an hour. I remember when I first finally got Derail Valley. I wish I got Derail Valley so much sooner than I did. But when I got it, I was like, wait a minute, this is what I start with? This is a switcher. And then I look at the jobs that I can do. I'm like, wait, all I can do is freight haul. So you're telling me I start off in a 44 tonner? The first thing I'm going to do is take a set of steel rails and drive all the way down to the harbor with it? But it's way faster than a 44 tonner. 44 tonners would like max at like 30 miles an hour. These 44 tonners were a lot older than this thing too. Yep, did it in 20 minutes, and that's me going really slow. Okay, that's another 26k. Nice. Nice. That was more than I thought it was going to be. Good. Cool, so we're kind of blasting through these first licenses. So I'm probably going to get logistical haul next. It's not going to raise the copay anymore. I already got concurrent 1 as well. It's just going to cost me $100 to service the engine again, but that's no big deal. No. It's going to cost me $1,800 to buy that license right now. I'll wait till I get to wherever I'm going to get logistic. Yeah, that would make more sense. Unless I decide to leave here with a logistical haul instead of what I was gonna do. Oh, that's for next time. Anywho, we are definitely out of time. We're a bit over, about a half hour over time. I think I'm gonna end things here. I need to light this. Ah, see, that time I just turned that easy peasy. That goes in there. Okay. Anywho, I think that's it for the stream. It's pretty good though. I started right at 8. It's been 4.5 hours, right? 4:20 blaze it. That's how. Okay. I guess I started a little bit late. Maybe. No. 8 would be 12. Yeah. Like 6 minutes late. Big deal. Okay. Save. Overwrite. Okay. I remember how to stream. I swear. Haha. Right, fancy. I got the freaking chat fitting on the screen better. I was running off the edge before. Anywho, that was fun. It's probably kind of on the boring side, but I had fun doing it because that's the kind of thing I like to do in Derail Valley. I mean, I know the really fun stuff is getting big giant trains and running the big steam engines and stuff, but it's also, I don't know, maybe because I started out in real life working on a little short line with a 44 tonner, but I like the idea of switching stuff around, figuring out where things go and finding the cars and that kind of stuff. Anywho, that was the stream, and next stream will definitely not be tomorrow night. Saturday nights, I definitely can't do, and probably Wednesday or Thursday nights, I think, something like that. But anyway, it's not like that's what's holding me back from streaming. Anyway, uh, I just gotta get myself to stream more. It's just kind of this weird hurdle. But I would like to stream more, and probably mostly going to be Derail Valley, but I should set up the wheel and, drive a truck again and stuff like that too. So, and then, like I mentioned it hours ago, but Hard Truck Apocalypse actually did kind of decent for me anyway on my mostly dead YouTube channel. So I should probably do that too. Maybe that's probably next stream. But we'll see. Anywho, I will see you guys around later. Bye. Bye. Where's the button?